Radhe Radhe. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. May this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna. And as we wait our first guests to arrive, allow me to set the intention for this space as being a welcoming, interactive, fun environment open to everyone, regardless of anything that which divides us on the surface. Hopefully we may come together at heart to seek the unity of our shared world and universe and consciousness. Hello, Natalia. Indeed, you are first. You are very early. It is my hope for all of us joining today to come together as fellow spiritual seekers to uplift each other, relate in one another's experiences, and share positive sentiments. I'm happy you like the vibes here, Centerlink. It's a beautiful day today. And hello, dear Kelly. Welcome. I trust that you all joining now are feeling as okay as you can. Who knows what circumstances may be prevailing in your life at this moment, what kind of emotions you have dealt with today or have yet to. Regardless, you are doing as well as you can because that's all you can ever do. Given all the experiences you've had, all the choices, all of the knowledge you've gained in this moment, you are doing the best that you can, and that's enough. And thank you for blessing us so early on with a rose, Peter. I'm always happy to be here for you. Centerlink Advance. I'm happy that we found each other. And thank you, Vanessa, for your rose. Radhe Radhe. You love those affirmations, Will? Oh, good. I believe that affirming oneself is important. We might get anxious over an expectation we have for ourselves that's unrealistic or just not in our capacity. It's important to center and ground and allow yourself to be as you are in this moment. And thank you, Tattvamasi, for your 5 roses. Jai Nisargadatta Maharaj. And thank you, Centerlink, for your heart me and whipped coffee. You're gonna have to be picking me out of the bushes if you give me caffeine. Thank you. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Valentina, thank you for your pair of finger hearts. Here's one for you. Om Namah Shivaya. And I'm doing quite well. Thank you, Vanessa. Namaste, Chloe. Strung by Stacy, you share. The trees do seem to be good to be true, though they are kind of like me. I relate with trees a lot. Sometimes I wish I could hug a tree long enough for it to hug back. I feel like if I stayed there long enough, over many years, its branches would grow and hug me back. But I just can't stay long enough. Chloe, you shared that you just got done doing a 10-minute meditation session. That's a wonderful amount of time. It's good to start building up your meditation tolerance. Meditate for as long as you feel is natural. You know, for beginners, that might even just be a few breaths, you know? I'm just going to take this moment to breathe a few conscious breaths, and that's it. And then maybe you can set a a 60-second timer. Do that daily, just 60 seconds. And before long, you'll be wanting to meditate for many minutes at a time, maybe even 30 minutes. And one day, perhaps, you just wake up and you meditate for an hour because you love to do that. Wouldn't that be lovely? With baby steps. That's exactly how you started Centerlink. I'm so happy that you are living proof of the law of incremental growth. Thank you, Garrett, for your Heart Me and Best team. I'm happy to be on this team together. Team Humanity. Chloe, you share, you only do a guided meditation to drown out your parents talking loudly. That's great. I respect that. And thank you, Garrett, for your applause. Some for you too. There's applause for being you, Garrett, for just as you are. Thank you. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Haribol. Hello, Anna. So you are all early. I have a question of the day for you all. Perhaps you'd like to delight me. Today I'm wondering, what does it mean to love an enemy? Someone that you wouldn't traditionally love because they are the cause of harm for themselves or yourself or others. What does it mean to love, practically speaking? You know, does it mean you go out and give them a hug or you tell them I love you? Probably not. So, in what way does it mean to love an enemy? Someone that might not be working for your benefit? I'll let you all think about it. It's a difficult question, I agree. But one that is very fruitful. Babblefishy, you share that you remember they were once a child. It allows you to hold them in better regard. I like that. Yeah, my mom would always say, no matter who you hate, there's somebody's son or daughter or sister or brother, you know. They looked up to someone once that was a treasured relationship, something precious. To get out of their way, or just by getting out of their way, shares Nick. That's true. Sarah Lynn, thank you for your heart me. Garrett, you share, to understand that everyone who acts negatively acts unknowingly out of trauma, and have compassion. That's a very real observation. Centerlink, you love your enemies because they're hurting deep down and deserve love. Ah, it's true. By leaving them alone, shares Talita, yes, just giving them space sometimes. And Bupapotamus, you share that you think it means knowing that they are another part of the one, as we are. It's very true. In Centerlink, you share that you feel they hurt deep down, and we all hurt, so they need love too. In Centerlink, you also add that your mom always taught you hate is the strongest word, so love can hold equal value. A wise mom, that's for sure. And thank you, Alcoholic Jesus, for your rose. Radhe or Radhe. Money, you wish you were in the back rooms. Well, there are many other liminal spaces in your dreams every night. And Strung by Stacy, you share that you are working on loving an irritating coworker, and it's a struggle. And you try to remember why he is the way he is. Yeah. That's a great thing to remind yourself with. Chloe, you share saying thank you whenever they insult you. That's a powerful thing. Yeah. Could you imagine insulting someone? They just say, thank you. That would disarm them. And I like that Soul Doll blues. Enemy is just a teacher. They're here to teach you something, even if it's a matter of patience, as it usually is. Thank you, Dasha, for your heart me. Jai Sitaram. Aquarius lady, you share it's beautiful out today. I'm happy you are finding the beauty in today. Vanessa, you share unlive them with kindness. Nah, you think since we are all one, why should you treat us unkindly? I like that. Garrett, you share forgive them, for they know not what they do. The world has known those words before. And how powerful are they? Money, you share an enemy is a Big Mac with fries. There's some part of it, although sometimes it's difficult to find, that actually provides something for us, be it some nutrients for the mind or body. But most of the time, it is best to have these things out of one's experience. Centerlink, you share that you feel as though if someone hates you, all you give back is love. Love is more powerful. Simple as that. I mean, that you share that it can feel humiliating. People can do you so wrong. Definitely. Yeah. Garrett, you share the universe sends us enemies as a way to teach us forgiveness. That's a powerful perspective too. LA, you try to remind yourself that they likely made a contract with us to teach us a lesson. I like that. Strung by Stacy, you listen to me when you can, so to put love in front of your mind. Well, I'm very happy that I remind you of love. Hello, Jacqueline. Anna, you share for you it means to not judge them by their actions. It's beautiful. Tatmamasi, you share enemy teaches us a different perspective to look at ourselves with. Yeah. Centerlink, you share, damn, everyone giving me insights I never thought of. I echo that. Yes. These are wonderful insights. Natalia, you shared simply to show understanding. Be kind to yourself, shares Minette. That is very important. Thank you for finding peace here, Centerlink. And hello, Anizek. And Stitch, you ask, do I agree that we can time travel using emotion? I love that. There are a lot of emotions that can bridge experiences through time. Nostalgia is perhaps a very vibrant example of that, where we feel the longing to experience what we had experienced before, a bittersweet feeling. And love can take us home. Happiness can bring us back to our childhood. And bitterness, Oh, that ages us so quickly. No more expectations, you share. To realize you have no enemies. That's beautiful. And hello, Michaela. And that's a good question, Perry. What makes someone an enemy? Well, I leave that to you to decide what this word and the question means, such is why I've put quotation marks around it. I definitely don't mean anything specific by it. But in the context of the question, I just mean someone that you feel has not worked towards your benefit. Someone who has caused you harm in the past, or caused harm to someone that you love or relate with. And I hope the plane passing overhead isn't too loud for you. And that's a beautiful observation, Gaia. An enemy is your construct. And Tom Terrific, you share, to love an enemy is to open the idea that one day they will no longer be your enemy. Ah, that's beautiful. Thank you, Soul Doll Blues. That's such a beautiful sentiment to share. Thank you for expressing that. And Kiroro no of you share, forgiving them and letting them go and wishing them personal peace. That's beautiful. Love can heal us. I agree, Natalia. All right. I thank you, my dear viewers, for exploring this question of the day with me. I think we touched on some very real truths. That to love someone is to give them space, is to accept them for how they are and not judge them for it. Understand from where these pains and traumas come from unconsciously, and make room for a future version of them that includes possibly being a friend, or at the very least, no more an enemy. And I just want to add, strung by Stacy's remark, by giving the grace you could use. That's beautiful. User 224, you were wondering about last night's stream. What is Bhima Kali? That's a good question. Well, Bhima, I don't know what this word means. I know that it's a name for one of the characters in the Mahabharata, who was mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita. I'm not sure if it's used to describe a certain form of Kali, or if it refers to an adjective describing time, since Kali can mean time. I'm not sure. I've never heard of this, but thank you for planting the seed for my own self-discovery. I love learning new Sanskrit terms. And I love that Tattvamasi. Everybody is an expression of the one shared among us. Yeah. User 224, you share. It says that Bhimi is a form of Kali, the one from the image yesterday. Very interesting. I wonder what the word translates to. Does AI know? Probably. Yeah. But Mataji is on vacation. Marcy, you shared that my hair stayed smooth for just one day. Just one. Yeah. That's the nature of my hair. Then back to floofing. It'd be floofing. Fox Forever, you ask, why do you feel like you're missing a piece of yourself? You search and search for a partner to experience monogamy. The fact of the matter is that you are not missing a piece of yourself, that nobody is, that the key to both joy and misery is inside you. However, because we are whole in spirit, this implies there is an infinitude of expression that has gone unexpressed. Being infinite means that nothing finite can encapsulate your being. It means that there's always something more. Just like infinity is bigger than all of the finite numbers, you can always add +1, whatever number you think of. I love you 1, I love you 2, I love you 10, I love you times 100, I love you times 1,000. You can always say, I love you that +1, because infinity means there's always something more. So within ourself also, there was always another mode of expression available to you. So you could say you're missing that, but it's the expression of that that's not here yet. You already have that, it just has yet to be expressed. Sometimes we feel whole and complete with a partner, but that is usually not because they fill some gap that we're missing within ourselves, but because they provide us with an opportunity to express ourselves infinitely. You could do that wherever you go, but sometimes it's helpful to have someone that directly affirms to you that I'm here for your evolution, your growth. What color clothes you want to wear, I'm excited to see. All the different ways in which you dress yourself up, you share beautiful moments with me. The ways in which you take that divine light that's in your heart and share it with the world. Having someone to share it with can provide us with a freedom to express all that infinitude within us. But the truth of the matter is that you could do that wherever you go. You could do that with yourself or with a friend or even to the universe in general, imagining it as your audience. I love you too. I think there's a weed whacker in the background also. I hope that's not too loud for you also. I like to start my lives with a short reading. I hope you will listen. I'm sure it will be insightful. So today we are reading from the 5th chapter of In Love at Ease. The last time we stopped, we were learning about Pramukh Swami, the spiritual figure's eating habit, which I think is a funny passage, but it's very personal. You know, I feel like we can connect with someone and how they eat. Let's see. Swamishri was flexible and preferred to remain unadorned and simple. He could adjust anywhere and to anything. At first glance, one may doubt Swamishri's adaptability and austerity if judged by the finer material objects and luxuries that were offered by his bhaktas, his devotees in seva, selfless service, in the last 2 decades of his life. Though Swamishri rode in a comfortable car or flew in a comfortable airplane seat, it was Swamishri's lack of attachment to these objects that illustrated his simplicity and flexibility. Swamishri did not carry the weight of his station in society or the organization, no matter where he was. It explains why Swamishri was comfortable sitting in an old Maruti luggage van without proper seats after the sadhus, the monks, sent his car to the wrong airport in Mumbai. Tirtha Swarupta Swami recalls Swamishri's face after he reached the Dar Mandir. He was smiling. It was almost as if he had been felicitated in a major award show. I was scared to approach him. I had really messed up. Swamishri was almost thankful for the opportunity to avoid the pomp and fanfare and to enjoy the simple ride in a cargo van from Sahara International Airport's VIP lounge. Hello, Isabella. Hello, Redhead Rage. Mahesh Bhai Danak had bought a 1967 Pontiac Catalina for $350. It was more than 10 years old, but it looked like it was well into its 30s. All of the bhaktas and sadhus, the devotees and monks, refused to let Swamishri sit in the car again, especially since Mahesh Bhai's car was infamous for stranding Swamishri on the road. Swamishri continued to fulfill the bhaktas' desires, even after he had been delayed just 3 days before by a flat tire, and 2 days later by a busted radiator hose in that very car. Mahesh Bhai recalls how the windshield wipers barely helped with visibility, and the headlights changed their field of vision after each pothole. Swamishri was indifferent to the torn seats and musty smell in the car. 3 years later, when Swamishri returned to New Jersey, he asked Mahesh Bhai about the car. Mahesh Bhai dangled the keys with a smile. Swamishri asked for a ride in the tattered automobile 2 more times that year. He effortlessly switched between that car and another bhakta's Cadillac. Mahesh Bhai was surprised by how Swamishri almost preferred his beat-up car to the nicer ones. To be at ease is to make do with what you have. It is to prefer plain over ornate. Hello, Shakira. Swamishri needed a new pair of glasses. The attendants asked an optometrist in Surat to bring a few frames to the mandir. The sadhus selected a thin, wiry plastic frame with a golden sheen. They offered the frame to Hari Krishna Maharaj, the divine Murti image that Swamishri carried with him everywhere, and brought it to Swamishri. The Guru observed the glasses and remarked, "Nice! Who are these for?" Vivek Sargar Das Swami hastily responded, "They are for you." "Who else?" Swamishri did not like the way they shimmered. "These look like gold. A sadhu, a monk, should never wear anything that is so fancy. How about we just put the new lenses into the old frame? We do not need to spend money on a new pair." Vivek Sargar Das Swami took his cue. "Exactly. They look like gold. They are not made of gold." Swamishri insisted, "What's wrong with the old frame? Why can't we just get new lenses to fit them?" "We will get rid of that frame. It's old," the sadhu said. "And it's funny looking, too." Swamishri flipped the sadhu's views to stress his point. Does it really matter if the frame is old or funny looking? By funny looking, do you mean simple? One should use their glasses to help with one's vision, and not to make a fashion statement. The simpler the better for a sadhu. Swamishri demonstrated his ability to set apart his needs from others' wants, time and time again, whether it was a pair of dhutiya, an unstitched long cloth traditionally worn as a lower garment, napkins, footwear, or even the car in which he sat. Just ask the sadhu who was rebuked for trying to slip him a new pair of dhutiya in Nadiad, or the bhaktas from Edison, who were chased out of the room for trying to purchase a Bentley for him. Swamishri preferred candor and transparency to indirectness. Swamishri was always polite and never misled others by speaking in a roundabout manner. He would also respectfully call attention to those who tried. To be at ease is to speak openly and honestly. He spoke with the same directness to me as he did to elected officials and community leaders. Once, a group of intellectuals led by the Finance Minister of India, H.M. Patel, and a notable thinker and journalist, Ishwar Petlikar, approached Swamishri about his vows of detachment and celibacy. Swamishri, you are doing amazing work, and your contributions to society are celebrated around the region. There are some changes that you can make to your vows to be more relevant and accessible. The leaders minced their words as they tried to allude to their main point. Swamishri smiled and said, "Please, do not hesitate. Share what is on your mind. I too will respond candidly." Swamishri was amenable to hearing their suggestion, but responded straightforwardly as he had promised. "I am glad that you are worried about the growth and relevance of my community, but the traditions of the sadhu, prescribed by Bhagwan Swaminarayan, which was his Ishta Devata, his personal form of the divine, precede any other advice given by my friends and colleagues. I am not worried about my relevance or the growth of my legacy and organization. If that means sitting in a corner and doing bhakti and seva, loving devotion and selfless service by myself, then so be it. God and Guru's agnas, commanding visions, are the foundation of my spiritual journey and of all the other sadhus and bhaktas in the community." The delegation was silent and somewhat pleasantly surprised by Swamishri's directness. Swamishri often told me to say what was on my mind. When I waffled in our conversations, he would silently look into my eyes. I would then understand that it was time to speak plainly. Once, after a similar incident in Mumbai, he smiled and said, "Great, now we can begin our conversation." With Swamishri's direction, I recognized that for the last 12 minutes of our conversation, I was not saying what was truly on my mind. Swamishri politely listened as he waited for me to get to the point. Swamishri's transparency was effortless. He did not have to try to be open because he had no secrets. As illustrated earlier in this book, Swamishri did not have a private moment in his life. He preferred it that way. After concluding an important meeting in Gondal on the organization's mandir building activities, Swamishri was scribbling a few important dates for future mandir inaugurations on a notepad. Vishwa Viharidas Swami frequently joked with his guru, "Swamishri, what are you jotting down in your personal diary? I would love to take a peek." Swamishri responded in a serious manner, "I do not have a personal diary. A personal anything for that matter. I do not have secrets. My life is open to the public. If one has a secret, one is always fearful of that secret being revealed. I live my life in the open, before the divine. I find that it makes me fearless." To be at ease is to be fearless, to be free from the fear of being exposed or revealed. And with that, let us pause our reading of In Love, at Ease there for now. So thank you for listening. And I hope that passage touched your heart as it did mine. Now, with these introductions out of the way, I'd like to invite you all, dear viewers, to openly discuss whatever it is in your heart, and I would love to echo any sentiments you share. And thank you to those who sent a gift whilst I read, like Andrea, for that ice cream cone, Rose, Heart Me, and the best team. Thank you. Radhe or Radhe. And Shakira, thank you for that Heart Me. Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Redhead Rage, You share you've been looking for this book in Argentina but haven't found it yet. I've heard similar stories of people trying to find it. Well, it looks like it's published by Penguin Books. So, maybe you could contact the publisher or see if they have any stores in which they distribute their books too. Otherwise, maybe you can get in contact with the organization behind it. That's BAPS. Very simple. And it seems like there's an ebook available on the back too. So maybe that will help you. I'm not exactly sure where, but from this Penguin publisher, they probably have the answers. Good evening, Lando. Welcome. And hello, Gentry Honey. And thank you, John F., for your heart me too. Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Unicorn Sprinkles, you ask, how do I find peace when my world that I know is being torn apart? By being the glue. When the world and everyone's hopes and dreams are seemingly crashing around me, I hold it up. When there is darkness around, I light it up. Not because I'm special, but because the human soul is special. And you have one too, I'm sure. I haven't checked, but I don't need to. You see, the reason you are able to see so much suffering in the world is because you are that wholeness which can fill in the gaps. You permeate the absence, able to fill it with presence. That is your defining quality relative to the world. That when there are so many problems in the world, what better place is there to live? For that provides us with an opportunity to give, love, and serve. That is what gives meaning to our life. And with this perspective, how can you not be that very peace in which you can distribute to the world that you know? And thank you, Scott, for your community fest too. Dum Dargaye Namaha. Hello, Auntie. I love this, Lando. The soul is unbreakable and incombustible. It can neither be dampened nor dried. That's a great metaphor. Dampened nor dried. Because dampened means that stuff soaks into it, becomes a part of it. And dried means you have to take that stuff out. But consciousness is forever pure. Cannot be dampened by anything. Nor does it need to be dried of anything for that very same reason. It is everlasting, in all places, unalterable, immutable, and primordial. From the second chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, verse 24. Thank you, Lando. Marcy, you're wondering how to give constructive criticism when you personally learn from tough love. Well, very few people learn from tough love. Or I could say there are very rare moments in life where tough love is received in the way in which it is intended. There has to be a very deep and sacred bond between whoever is giving the tough love, because there is such a chance for it to be misinterpreted. When it does get misinterpreted, there needs to be a trust that I must be misinterpreting this. I have to have the openness to be able to question and the communication needed with this person in order to come to understanding. if any harm is done, there is the vulnerability there to be healed also by whoever is dealing this tough love. So for strangers, people that we're not so intimately connected with, I wouldn't recommend giving tough love. But when you prefer that over constructive criticism, I would ask if this is a self-destructive behavior. Sometimes we prefer to be told what we're doing wrong just because we want to validate our insecurities as a form of self-harm. I hope that this is not the case for you, but it's something to be mindful of, just in case. I believe there is a healthy relationship we can have with criticism, and look towards the sincerity of positive criticism. Sometimes, due to trauma or whatever, we simply refuse to believe that positive criticism is sincere because we've learned to adapt to sources of negative criticism that were the only source of growth we've had to utilize during our childhood, for example. You can always open with communication and express that you would prefer more direct terms. That's always allowed. If they feel comfortable too, that's another thing. That sometimes the person giving the criticism just might not be comfortable themselves being so direct. That's something that they have to open up to as well. Thank you, John F., for your finger heart and your tiny diny. Yippee! And Sage Fields, thank you for your rosa. Hari Om Tat Sat. And FFD Live, thank you for your rose too. Jai Sitaram. I love that, Lando. The Bhagavad Gita speaks to you differently every time you open it. It's a book that keeps on giving. I think it's one of the only books that I think I could definitely get something new out of every time I read it. Sky Guardian, you share that you were given tough love by your Guruji. Not fun. And Lando, you share you don't prefer it, but you definitely need it sometimes. Yeah. Welcome, FFD Live. Thank you, Azala, for your trio of tiny tinies. Yippee! Kiroro Nov, you ask if I have anything to say about morality. Which/what is moral and which/what is not? You might have noticed that in my months of going live every day, I often never bring up morality. I often don't use terms such as you should do this or should not do that. I'm all about being aware. And it sounds like something abstract, but I truly believe that awareness is where morality develops from naturally. That is to say, if you want a flower, you don't have to worry about creating a flower. Who knows how to do that? Who knows how to read the DNA of plant cells and hook up all of the proteins and enzymes and put them in the right amounts and ratios and send them to work and start building petals and deliver the nutrients molecule by molecule? That'd be very difficult. The good news is that you don't have to make a flower by hand. You just let it grow from a seed. As long as you water that seed and plant it in the right soil, then it will make the flower for you. So too, morality is like a flower. It's not something that we have to construct ourselves. It arises from a seed. And to me, that seed is mindfulness, awareness, especially self-awareness, and awareness of your relationship with others, having an expanded and inclusive sense of self, all of these things will naturally lead to actions that are deemed moral. You don't have to figure out what they are as long as you are engaging in these prerequisites. Like, for instance, if you're walking down the street and an old lady spills the contents of her purse, classic moral philosophy example. To me, the person that goes and helps her is not the one who has a rigid moral framework in their mind that they've studied extensively. It's not necessary. In fact, they might not be thinking at all about the right thing or the wrong thing to do. It's just natural for them because it arose from a deep-seated awareness for their surroundings, for the presumed emotions and suffering that the old lady must have been going through. Similarly, the other people that are walking by that aren't engaging in help, I don't believe is necessarily the result of a flawed moral framework or because they're not thinking about the right or wrong thing to do, but because their awareness is just elsewhere. They're thinking about the fact that they have to get to work right now. Their awareness is what's going on the other side of the road. They might not even notice. So to me, it's just a kind of unconditional awareness for yourself, your feelings, your environment. And we are compelled into service based on this. No need to be cognizant of a moral framework. It just happens naturally. So in this way, I usually don't speak about morality or ethics because it's a natural consequence of everything else we talk about here, in my opinion. And thank you, Kirorono, for your rose. Hare Krishna. And thank you, FFD Live. You're going to bed? Well, I hope you have a beautiful sleep. And thank you for your pair of roses. Om Krim Kalikaye Namaha. Now, Redhead Rage, you're wondering, have I read the Mahabharata? Well, considering that it's the longest story ever, it would take me a long time to do so. You've heard of great epics like the Iliad or the Odyssey. Well, the Iliad is long. The Odyssey is also long. The Mahabharata is 10 times longer than both of them put together. That just goes to show it's a whole order of magnitude longer. Yeah. The good news is that the essence of the Mahabharata, this great epic of ancient India, it has been distilled to just one part of it, the most important part, and that's the Bhagavad Gita, which you probably have heard at least. You will hear of the Bhagavad Gita probably before you hear of the Mahabharata. It's a few chapters from that Mahabharata that is the essence of the entire story. Bhagavad Gita literally means divine song. Bhagavan means divine personality. Gita means song. Bhagavad means divine song. It was a song that was sung on the precipice of this great conflict known as the Mahabharata, on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, the field of the Kurus. Just before the battle engaged, a divine personality started singing to Arjuna, one of the archers, as he was slumped in his chariot, overlooking everyone who had come to fight. He thought, "My, oh my, I have sinned even for showing up and bringing my family to die. And it's not just my family that's on my side. There's a family on the other side also. In fact, One of my spiritual teachers, Drona, is fighting against me. I don't want to fight him. So he asks his charioteer Krishna, a big deity in Hinduism, what to do. And it's very interesting. You know what Krishna starts singing to him? Starts singing to him yoga. The science of yoga. This is where lots of yoga comes from. It's from this song that was sung. First it starts off with karma yoga, the yoga of action. Then it goes into jnana yoga, the yoga of knowledge. And it goes into bhakti yoga, the yoga of devotion. And buddhi yoga, the yoga of the intellect. These kinds of yogas you probably never heard of. In the West we know of hatha yoga, the yoga of the body. It's good and all, but nothing compared to these kinds of yogas that are sung in the Bhagavad Gita. And if you listen to that song, well, that's the essence of the whole Mahabharata right there. But there are other lovely parts of that epic that I have not yet read. And thank you, Shannon, for your hand hearts. Here's some hand hearts for you too. Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And FFD Live, thank you for your money gun. That's fun. You're making it rain. I hope you've gone to sleep by now. Rest is definitely important, but I appreciate your token of gratitude. Radhe Radhe. Lando, you share. Fun fact, to this day, the soil of Kurukshetra retains a crimson red hue. Wow, that's fascinating. Maybe from all the iron content of the blood. You know, it's said that in the entirety of the Mahabharata war, which, at least mythologically, is the greatest battle ever on Earth, supposedly taken place 5,160 years ago. Of the millions of participants, how many survived? Was it 50%? Half of them died. Was it 25%? 10%? 5%? 1%? I'm holding up 8 fingers. That's not 8%. 8 people survived the Mahabharata war. It was the bloodiest conflict the world has ever known. Forget World War II, World War I, all the worlds combined. Mind you, who can validate a war that took place 5,160 years ago, that only lives on through story? But the point isn't the historicity. It's the spiritual message that was sung by Sri Krishna to Arjuna. And thank you, Garrett, for your pair of finger hearts. Keep wanting to call you Benjamin Button. Jai Shri Krishna. Hi, Brajen. You said that you were just thinking you should start doing yoga, and then this loud ringing in your ear flashed. My mom says that whenever that happens, it means that there's something she's not hearing, either from a friend or a loved one or someone in her life. Someone's voice isn't quite reaching her heart. And hello, Katarina. Welcome back. You shared that you're totally not having a good night and you needed this energy right now, but you're doing yoga tonight. Well, I'm happy to hear that. Yoga will certainly make your night better. It has to. Yeah. Yoga means scientific union of the soul with the divine. And thank you, Scott, for your rose. Hare Krishna. You'll never stop after tonight. Well, there's a yoga for everything. A yoga of the body, a yoga of the heart, a yoga of self-conduct, a yoga of morality, speaking of morality. A yoga of posture, a yoga of breathing, a yoga of... There's a yoga for everything. It's possible to be doing yoga always, because there's a special branch of yoga specifically designed for whatever you're engaged in. There's a yoga for sleep. There's a yoga for speech. It's really amazing. I have to prove to TikTok that I am not an AI. Although the test that they have me perform, I think could definitely be passed by an AI. It's a one-piece puzzle. Not even a CAPTCHA. It's the worst Turing test. Thank you, Scott, for your rose too. Hari Om Tat Sat. There's a yoga of meowing for cats. I love that, spaghetti on a plate. Yeah. They call it meowga. No, that's bad. Terrible pun. But then again, the best puns are the ones that are terrible. Thank you, Babo Fishy, for your rose and tiny tiny. Yippee! Abby, you share that you're dealing with a lot right now, and you're not sure you can complete what you need in order to succeed. Actually, there's a wonderful story that I was listening to last night in the Mahabharata. It's about Arjuna learning from his guru, Dronacharya. And Drona was taking on Arjuna as a student, and the other of the Pandava brothers were jealous, because what did Arjuna have to succeed that the other brothers didn't have? Well, the story goes that they all lined up for an archery test. They were tasked at shooting at a wooden bird. And so Drona asked the first participant, "What did you see holding the arrow?" They said, "Well, I see you in my peripheral vision. I see the sky and the trees and the grass and the bird and the tree and its eye." Good. Second participant, "What do you see?" "I see the grass and the tree and the bird and its eye." Third participant, "I see the tree and the bird and its eye." Fourth, "I see the bird and its eye." "And what about you, Arjuna?" "I see its eye." That's a level of concentration that Arjuna had, that his awareness was so one-pointedly on his goal that nothing else was even in his vision. Dronacharya said, "This is what makes Arjuna worthy of being my student." But also his calmness. That all other archers, their mind wanders here and there. Arjuna has a kind of equipoise. There was another test about saving Drona from a crocodile that had grabbed him, and Arjuna is the only one that didn't freak out. So Arjuna had concentration, one-pointed determination on the goal, and a sense of calmness. This is what set him apart when it came to success. And of those 8 survivors of the Mahabharata war that we talked about earlier, Arjuna's was the only one that remained undefeated. So, if you feel like you can't do what you need in order to succeed, fret not. It is not the result that determines your success. It is inner factors such as concentration and calmness. Calmness, I think, being the most important one for you. As long as you remain a sense of calm, you will be successful. And what does it mean to be successful? I'm asking you, what does it mean to be successful? And thank you, Nokmak, for your community fest and your heart meet. Hari Om Tat Sat. To be at ease, to not be stressed. I love that, strung by Stacy and Hybrid Jen. Yes, I agree. Success is not measured in what you are able to achieve, but what you are capable of achieving. That you have the capacity. That is the greatest success. Like a millionaire, for example, their success is not their money. Their success is their ability to have gained that much wealth. That is what makes them successful. Like a lottery winner, they could suddenly come into millions of dollars, but as many studies have shown, a significant portion of them go broke, declare bankruptcy within a few years or even less. Do you call that success? Because the result was there. They had all this money. But were they successful in managing their emotions with it? In time management? These are inner qualities that make us successful, not something that's dictated by our external circumstances. To me, success means that you are able to be happy no matter how much challenge you have faced in life. I believe that anyone who is able to be happy in spite of the challenges, they are truly successful. And I love that, Garrett. Success means to be happy and to help as many others be happy and fulfilled as possible. Thank you, Hybrid Chen, for your disco love. Hare Krishna. My good hair day is from the success of my shower lottery. Yes, good memory. Every time I go into the shower, got water in my eyes. Oh, does this say shampoo? Okay, that's going on first. Now I got shampoo in my eyes. Oh, does this say conditioner? Okay, that's going on second. Living with 2 women and 1 young woman, my sister. Well, that leads to a different combination of hair products every time I go in the shower. I should start cataloging. I take a picture of each combination and then what my hair looked like later that day. One of these days I'll find the perfect combination. I don't really mind. As long as it's clean. Lando, you share that you feel you'll be on your deathbed successful if you learned even one thing in this life to carry to the next. That is the mark of Paravidya, higher knowledge, something that stays with you even after death. What are some examples of that? There are plenty of examples that certainly don't continue after death, like No matter how many lifetimes you may have had, we all had to learn our native tongue again, whether it be English or whatever. We've had to learn how to count, things like that. But what stays with us, that we keep with us from death to birth, that is true knowledge, isn't it? Thank you, Hypergen, for your disco love. Radhe or Radhe, and Garrett, thank you for your tiny. Yahoo! Love continues and stays with us. I love that so. Love is higher knowledge. Very mystical kind of knowledge, isn't it? And thank you, Madeline, for your 16 roses. Sum Saryaya Namaha. Lando, you shared that you think one is being able to shoulder suffering with loved ones together. That's beautiful. And thank you, Garrett, for another 7 roses. Jai Hanumanji. Namaste, Elmoji. Another one has to be just how impermanent everything is. I agree. These are great examples of higher knowledge, something that can stay with you lifetime after lifetime. Any other examples? Much love to you, Garrett. Thank you for sharing your love, your heart. Hello, Beanbag. Welcome back. And I love your term for that, Lando. Dharma Dvaram, the gates of Dharma. Did the live just start? That depends on your definition of just start. We've been going on for an hour, 7 minutes, and 49 seconds. A good rubric for what is higher knowledge is that which is rediscoverable wherever you are. That you don't need any supplementary material in order to have this knowledge be realizable. I like that, so Spirit, our true essence, stays with us. For example, the names of all the different bones in our body that we've come up with. Standard for many medical practices. But if you were in the middle of nature, would you be able to figure out the names of your own bones? You could come up with your own names for all the bones. Therefore, this is material knowledge that has to come from some other source in the world, in the material world. But the fact that you have bones in this body, you could discover that anywhere. And the fact that you have a soul, that you are a soul, you could be anywhere. You don't even need a body for that to be a living reality. And I like that, Garrett. Success can be allowing the currents of the universe to flow through you. Ooh, I feel very successful whenever that occurs, truly. It's true, an hour would be barely scratching the surface for a Yamathon, Craig Archie. For a Yamathon, we would have just begun. And I like that, Lando. I think all of us will have to experience life where we must be humble and rely on others. Michael, you share that you don't think you could know what bones are in your ears without a cadaver. Yeah, not without making yourself a cadaver either. Have we done a Rumi reading already today? No, but let us do one. Thank you for reminding me. Let us read a poem from this Sufi mystic, Rumi. Today let us read this poem called Be Love's Willing Slave. Come and be love's willing slave, for love's slavery will save you. Forsake the slavery of this world, and take up love's sweet service. The free, the world enslaves, but to slaves love grants freedom. I crave release from this world, like a bird from its egg. Free me from this shell that clings. As from the grave, grant me new life. O love, O quail in the free fields of spring. Wildly sing songs of joy. Be Love's Willing Slave by Rumi. Thank you for listening. Hello, Amanda. Strung by Stacy, you were picturing a squirrely person naming the dead friend's bones. Jimothy and Timothy and Sarah and Sandra. That's how we name bones, right? What was the name of that poem? The name of that poem was Be Love's Willing Servant, if I recall correctly. Hello, Gaia. Dreamweaver, you share that we get to choose what we're in service to. Indeed. Hybrid, you share that you were humming the Kali mantra earlier after you woke. That's beautiful. It's a great mantra. All of the Gayatri mantras are. Om Kali Kaye Cha Vidmahe Shmashana Vasnyai Cha Dhimahi Tanno Aghora Prachodayat Tanno Aghora Prachodayat. Rabi, you are wondering, am I the guy that did math rap? If that is how you know me, that is what I am to thee. G to infinity, you have a hot take. If more people read Rumi, so many people would feel love. I agree. There is a lot of love that can be felt, expressed, and seen in the poetry of Rumi. And good night, dear Chloe. I trust you will wake up in peace as you fall asleep in peace. Okay, I'll get a Rumi book. Shares Hybrid Jen. I'm sure it will serve you well. So it is you, Robbie, who I have to thank for the math rap going viral. Single-handedly. Well, I thank you that you liked it so much. Yes, of course, dear Madeline. You may always ask me a question. What software just opened up on my computer? Processing for this programming language, IDE, Interactive Development Environment. I haven't programmed in that in a while. I have only one Instagram. Yes, Madeline's. And a general answer to any question relating to me having other accounts. If ever there seems to be an account that is not in the same theme as my usual content, if it's about offering services like divination or spiritual readings or anything like that, nothing I offer is for a price. As long as you remember that. If they're asking for money, it's not Yamsox. And thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your tiny. Yippee! And Ben Penguin, thank you for your trio of cloud breads, an ice cream cone, and a ginger man. Today I can make an ice cream sandwich with cloud bread on the top and gingerbread on the bottom. Dip it in bubble tea. I'm not sure how that would taste. Thank you. Jai Sachitananda. Good night, dear Stacy. May you have a beautiful sleep. Robbie, you share that the math rap, you weren't sure if you liked it or not. You just couldn't stop watching it. Well, it piqued your interest, and I'm always grateful for that. Is scarce and precious. You're wondering, can I explain the core of my faith in a few sentences? No. Because faith can never be put into words. It's something dynamic and evolving. And ideally, inclusive to much more vocabulary than we might have the time to express in any given moment. I believe in the salvation of everyone. I believe in looking for the positive and leaving the negative aside. I believe that there's truth in every perspective. We just have to work hard to find it. I have faith that you are all on the path that you are already meant to be on. I have faith that we have come here not to get anything from the world, but to give to it. I have faith that we have all come from one unity. And it is in that unified source that we all rest in. That this journey of life goes on. It is only momentarily broken up by occurrences such as sleep or death. But the infinite expression that is available, that potential in that one, is something that we will continue learning about from and through from now unto eternity. Madeline's, you share that you think someone is trying to be me. Well, I hope that they are only trying to emulate whatever good they see in me. But know that the goodness in me is not what defines who I am. Goodness is a quality of eternal consciousness. The more we can become inclusive to everyone, the more good we embody. I can only take accountability for any way in which I limit the infinite. But the work of the infinite is not something I can take credit to. Lando, you're wondering, do I like Tagore? Is that Rabindranath Tagore? Is that his first name? I should read the Same Stream of Life poem sometime. That sounds lovely. No, I've never read him, but we did do a meditation on his poem, sung by Swami Taratmananda several months back. And thank you, Garrett, for the best team you sent just a little while ago. I'm very happy to have all you here, part of the team. Hari Om Tat Sat. Madeline, thank you for your 9 friendship necklaces. Jai Swaminarayan. Vivian, thank you for your subscription too. I hope you like the new stickers I added of Sandy and Shadow. Radhe or Radhe. Van Penguin, thank you for your whipped coffee, your ginger man, and your snowboard. He's coming. He's caffeinated. And he's made of gingerbread. Allegedly. All we know is that some part of him is ginger. Whether it is bread or not, TikTok has yet to come out with that information. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Lando, you share that you use his Give Me Strength as a daily short prayer. And I might like that too. That sounds familiar. Is that the poem all about, I ask the Lord for strength, and so he gives me challenges to overcome. I ask the Lord for wisdom, gives me problems to solve. Is that, or is that a totally different poem? I don't know. Deborah, you share that it comforts you to think that your son is out there somewhere, although it hurts to think he has another mom. That makes sense. I think it's only natural for a mother to get jealous. You can't have more than one mother. I'm your mom. Well, the truth is that we are blessed with the title of being someone's mother. And that blessing is passed on, but that love you have never goes anywhere. Their essence continues to embody your love. And they may feel that very same love that you got to express in another place now. But it's the one Divine Mother that gets to shine through you as she does through everyone. And that's why I love the Bodhisattva vow of honoring that everything around us has once been called our mother. Be it the ant crawling by, or the snake, or the bird, or the horse, or your friend, even your dad. If we just dial back eternity, how many universes we have to go through? That's a good question. How many possible lifetimes? Who's counting? But if we remember this, then we can continue to love everyone as our mother and as a mother to them. And thank you, Garrett, for sending a subscription to Anita. I am always grateful to have the opportunity of serving them in the capacity that they allow me, of course. Thank you. Hari Om Tat Sat. Chase, you share that you feel like you fail at everything you try. How do you stay positive when this happens? A beautiful question, Chase. And thank you for your pair of tiny dinies. Yippee! I feel like that too sometimes. I've taken my driver's test 3 times, failed each one. I've dropped out of school. Every relationship I've ever had ended up in us breaking up. But there's a lot of success that we take for granted too. There are so many challenges that we've overcome and we've never acknowledged in ourselves. Like, for example, in my life, despite the fact that I dropped out of university, I did so that I could succeed at helping out with my own mental health. Despite the fact that all my past romantic relationships ended up in separation, I've learned so much about how to love and listen. Despite the fact that I failed my driver's license so many times, I've learned how much I love walking places. With each so-called failure, we succeed at something else. Sometimes this awareness is enough to recognize that there is no such thing as failure. There is only growth. Every lesson that comes our way teaches us something. Sure, we might be taught, even in moments of sadness or anger, and there might be wounds that we're still healing from. But that doesn't mean these experiences weren't valuable. And that doesn't mean you aren't destined to succeed in other ways either. Sometimes we overgeneralize and we pick apart, we selectively are biased and seeing all the ways in which we've screwed up according to our own expectations, and then we generalize that, label ourselves a failure. But if you're going to be selective, at least also look at all the ways in which you have succeeded. We can become so hard on ourselves for all the various ways in which we've made mistakes. But what for? You are learning. You are committed to growing. There's no rule in life that says you're not allowed to make mistakes. As long as you are still alive, as long as your heart is still beating, as long as the world offers you another day, this means that you haven't screwed up so badly that you've been taken out of this world, that you're not allowed to be here anymore. The very fact that you still exist in this form means that there's still possibility there for you. The universe is very efficient. Don't take that for granted. It means that there's absolutely potential there, regardless of how many ways in which we have not lived up to it yet. Thank you, Garrett, for your dozen roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Babelfishy, for your subscription. Om Namah Shivaya. I hope you enjoy the Sandy and Shadow stickers too. And I'm always happy to be here with you. And thank you, Sharissa, for your trio of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And I love that asking questions. Living is living up to the potential. Thank you for hearing me out, Chase. I hope that helped. I love that redhead rage. There's a point where you understand why you quote-unquote failed before, and it wasn't really failure. That's a beautiful reminder. Kelly, you share, it's hard to live on this planet. We need to give ourselves and others a break. And it's funny, I know you meant break, B-R-E-A-K, but as it was spelled in your comment, B-R-A-K-E, that's symbolic too. That kind of break means that we give someone the ability to slow down. We remind them that you don't have to be in rush. We help provide the tools for stillness. Thank you for sharing your love and blessings, Rahina. You are appreciated too. And I think it's so lovely that you are proud of every single one of us here. Thank you. And Hybrid Jen, thank you for your applause. That's for all of you. Thank you, Jen. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. May the heavens shower us all with everlasting divine peace, love, and joy. Oh, let me tell you, they're already doing that. But right now, our cup's upside down. We just need to hold our hands up and become receptive to it. People wonder, why am I not happy when another person is happy? If happiness is given to everyone, well, yes, it's given to everyone, but not many people open the door and see that happiness has arrived. Not many people have their cup facing up for the happiness to rain down into it. They have their happiness umbrella up. They don't want to become soaked in the happiness because someone has told them that it's not good for them, especially when they were a child, that you shouldn't be so happy. How dare you be happy when there's so much suffering in the world? Ay caramba! How can we possibly come to all the suffering in the world without being happy ourselves? So let us put down our happiness umbrellas, lift our cup, open the door for divine bliss. Brahmananda is all around us. Hello, Gina. Thank you for your community fest. Om Namah Shivaya. And I love that, Dreamweaver. Your success, or your joy is mine, sister. Your success is mine, brother. My happiness is yours, friends. It's beautiful. Caro, you ask, how to deal with insecurity? Well, let's explore this term, insecurity, an absence of security. What it means to feel secure means to feel safe. It means that you're not in danger. It means that you cannot be threatened, that nothing valuable of yours can be lost or stolen. When these things are ensured, we say something is secure. So what is it about insecurity that makes us feel like we're in danger, that we're unsafe, that something is going to be taken away from us? Is it the image of ourselves or the perception of others? Is it fear of being vulnerable or being made fun of? When it comes to these things, we must understand. And I like that, Caro. Competition, not feeling like you're enough. That is definitely in the way we use the term insecurity. I am going off the literal meaning of something being secure or not. If you want a sense of security, not belonging, that's a great translation as well. We have to understand that what is truly ours cannot be taken from us. That what is truly you can never be seen. That you have infinite beauty inside and it cannot go anywhere. Sometimes people just don't respond to the expression. Just because you don't find some art beautiful doesn't mean that the artist isn't. In Caro, you share that sometimes you feel like nobody knows your true self. And you are right. Because not even we are privy to who we are. We are not aware of our full self either. But if you did, you would know that your existence has been described by the ancients as Sat Chit Ananda, the ultimate conclusion of all esoteric, mystical, spiritual practices for millennia has been to this point. In the quest to discover the essence of what it means to be a part of this grand cosmos, one convergent truth remained above all else. They call that truth the nature of Sat Chit Anandam. That first and foremost, your true self is Sat. It is real. It is realer than the realist. That this whole world may come and go, but the essence of you will remain always. That is the meaning of Sat. It is existence itself. But you are more than just Sat. You are also Chit. You are pure consciousness, pure awareness, unending experience, selfless witnessing. You are that which sees the beauty in everything. You are that which watches gracefully as the whole universe unfolds before you. You are Chit. But most importantly, you are Anandam. You are bliss itself. You are Sat Chit Anandam. You are existence, consciousness, bliss. You are that. Tattvam Asi. If you truly understand, there is no room for insecurity. You have a body. You have a mind. People with small senses of self project their own limitations on you. You are Sat Chit Anandam, existence, consciousness, bliss. I make the example of someone coming up to you and they say, "You're a terrible chimney sweeper. You're so bad at sweeping chimneys." Now, if you're like most people, you'd probably laugh. Because that's not how you identify. If you don't identify as a chimney sweeper, then someone calling you a bad one is not going to mean anything. But the same is true for whatever someone has to say about our body, about our mind, about our personality, about our talents, about our memory, about our thoughts, about our feelings. If you don't identify with these things, you know your true self to be beyond them, then you just have to laugh. Because they have a problem with something they see in you, but not in your true nature. Because your true nature is beyond. You are the very space in which life occurs. We feel like we're a part of it only because we've put our sense of self in it. But if you look down and you see your body, you close your eyes, you feel it, you listen to your thoughts, you have to realize that everything that we call ourself is actually inside ourself. This body, this mind, it's only a small part of this whole experience, but you are the very space in which the experience occurs. If you can raise your sense of self, your consciousness, you could say, your vibrations, you feel the energy of aliveness within everything. You witness your body and you feel yourself there. You look at a bird flying by and you feel yourself there. You see the light of the sun and you feel yourself centered in the sun. You look into deep space and you see yourself looking back. There's no room for insecurity when you are everything. Karo, you ask, how do you get over a significant other's past you don't like? Is their past here in the room with us? Not a dismissive question, I promise. Are they still behaving as they did before in unproductive ways? If the answer is yes, then yeah, that's something we do have to deal with. But if their actions reflect the fact that they've changed and grown, then how can we judge them for growing, for learning, for being a different person now? Are we in love with them in the past or now? If we have placed them into a position of significance, it's for who they are in this moment. Their past is something for them to deal with. not yours. You only have to deal with the present version of them. And that's a good way of putting it too, Asilov. If the past is the present, then it's not the past. Thank you, Teacher Lorraine, for your finger heart. Please accept a little one back to you as well. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Strawberry Star Bunny. I think it's so cute that you kept your name. Thank you for your Harpy and Team Bracelet. And a best team. Jai Sitaram. Hello, Jen. Have we read from our books today? Well, I'll tell you what, I can do a reading for you right now. I just have to thank Anna for your pair of roses you sent. A trio of them, in fact. Hare Krishna. And Teacher Lorraine, thank you for a paper crane as well. Dum Durgaye Namaha. And thank you, Kelly, for your subscription too. Always excited to learn and grow with you. Okay, let us read from the pocket Pema Chodron. She is a lovely Buddhist nun, and I'm always delighted to listen to a passage from hers. She is so wise. Let's see, what one haven't we read yet? Let's read The Law of Karma. I don't think we've read this one yet. 102. The Law of Karma. Hocus pocus focus. I did for a second. Quel dommage. When bad feelings such as uneasiness, depression, and fear start coming up, notice how you always do the same thing. Notice how you shut down in some habitual, very old way. According to the law of karma, every action has a result. If you stay in bed all day with the covers over your head, if you overeat for the millionth time in your life, if you get drunk, if you get stoned, if it's just this habitual thing that you think is going to make you feel better, you know that it's going to depress you and make you more discouraged. The older you get, the more you know how it just makes you feel more wretched. The law of karma states, well, how do you want to feel tomorrow? Next week? Next year? 5 years from now? 10 years from now? It's up to you how to use your life. It doesn't mean that you have to be the best one at cheering up, or that your habitual tendencies never get the better of you. It just has to do with the sense of reminding yourself. Sometimes you can say, couldn't care less. But after the 4th day of lying under the sheets in your dirty, smelly clothes with your socks on, with the empty bottle next to your bed, whatever the scenario is, you say, maybe I should go out and buy a new shirt and take a shower and go and look at the ocean, or walk in the mountains, or make a nice meal, or do something to uplift my situation, to cheer myself up. Even though we may feel very heavy-hearted, instead of eating poison, we can go out and buy the best filet mignon, or whatever it might be. In my case, the best peach. That's number 102. The law of karma. That was probably the most direct I've ever heard Pema. I love that. Thank you for listening. I love beaches. I'm happy I connected with you, Tanner. I'm sorry to hear you're going through some tough times. It will get better. Crossfires. You're wondering what kind of teaching could I share over human jealousy or possessive feelings? Recognize that we own nothing. And I don't just mean with the lack of right to repair things and contracts we sign with automobile industries or phone providers. I mean from the spiritual sense. That what do we come into this world with? Nothing. Our body. But even then, we don't get to keep it. Whatever happens later, first we give our body back to the world, and it gets put in the dirt, or it gets turned to ashes, and eventually will find its way fertilizing some riverbed or forest or beach, or it may start seeding clouds as nucleation points. Whatever it may be, even this body returns, which means we cannot be said to own it. We are the temporary caretakers of it, and thus it is our duty to take good care of it. Mother Nature has said, hey, I am lending you this body. Please take good care of it for me. I am giving this to you so that you make something beautiful of it. May you return your body to me with a positive ROI, return on investment. She wants that interest, right? Whenever you borrow something, often we return it with interest, whether it's some percentage of the value, or when we feel so bad about not giving our neighbor's lawnmower back for how many weeks, we go, look, I brought you some muffins as well, okay? Please forgive me. I'm sorry that I was ghosting you. Have your lawnmower back and these muffins. That way it was a good investment. I believe if we look at this in this manner, then if we understand our own body to not be something that we possess, how can we look at any other body as something that's ours, or any other material object? All of these things are only with us to make something out of it. Beautiful memories, happiness, positive change, growth. We have been lent all these things by the universe to either distribute it or do something wonderful with it. If we see someone else being lent something that we would like to, that's their karma, not ours for the time being. But we are all in this together as conscious beings. Our purpose here is to give and spread love. Pretty simple. If someone else is doing that in their own way, they're on your team. They're helping you out with the journey of spreading and sharing love and creating positive memories. In this way, we can live vicariously through all of the love that other people experience. And we can remind ourselves that whenever something occurs to us, if it is good, we wish that for others also. Wow, I'm so grateful, Mom, that you've cooked me my favorite meal. I only wish other people could experience this joy. And when we're going through something reversely, something negative, we go, wow, I wish nobody else has to go through this experience. If we think of others in this way, then everything positive that happens we can relate with, and everything negative that happens we can relate with. We share the sense of self with everything that happens. Thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your balloons. I hope you give me an anvil as well. I can put that in my lap. That way I don't float away. Thank you, Ross V. Ross the 7th. Thank you. Om Krim Kalikaye Namaha. And Teacher Lorraine, thank you for your tiny. Yippee! Lando, you share. You are a spying eye of Krishna's enjoyment in his divine Leela. I like that. Do you ever play the game I Spy with My Little Eye on road trips or wherever you were to pass the time as a kid? I spy with my little eye something that is green, and you all have to figure it out. I spy with my little eye something that is divine. This is an easier version of the game, because my answer will be yes. Whatever you say. Marcia, you are wondering, what are my thoughts on the difference between jealousy or insecurity? You've said the same thing twice. What difference is there between a square and a diamond? Just the angle upon which you see it. You're funny asking questions. 3. Yeah. Amanda, thank you for your rose too. Radhe Radhe. And in the vision, thank you for your heart me and sunglasses. Izzy, you ask a good question. What about alcoholism? Is this divine? Well, of course, by itself. No, it's an illness, which is something that's responsible for a lot of pain and suffering within individuals and families. And the suffering is certainly not divine, but there are ways of looking at it in which we can find elements that are definitely meant to be there. For example, alcoholism provides one with the opportunity to overcome an addiction. That's a divine opportunity. Such is why in Alcoholics Anonymous, AA, always is there a seat left empty for the alcoholics to project some sense of divinity into that chair, so they feel like they are serving some divinity through this process. And that makes it easier for them by lightening the load. No matter what we go through, wherever there is suffering, there is also an opportunity to discover love. to address our own demons, to serve others, to become more selfless, and all of those things are definitely divine. And thank you, Jessica, for your heart me a moment ago as well. Om Shri Hanumate Namaha. And thank you, Alcoholic Jesus, for your finger heart. Here's one for you too. And Matija, thank you for your heart me. Jai Satchitanandam. JD, you ask a great question. How closely is our diet connected to our spirit? Well, by itself, our spirit is unaffected by everything we do. But that doesn't mean that some actions are not in alignment with spirit. For example, before we eat whatever's on our plate, at least we can acknowledge the life that this once was and the life that it will become in this body. Oftentimes, a lot of suffering goes into the food on our plate, either through animal abuse or labor in developing countries and poor working conditions. And there is a lot of harm that may come on eating in a certain way to our own body. Having awareness of spirit can help us be reminded of this fact that the principle of ahimsa, of least harm, means that we should strive to lessen the violence in the capacity that works best for everyone, which includes taking care of your body and taking care of the bodies of others. Our diet is one way in which we can express the principle of ahimsa, of least harm. When it comes to our mind, there is a deep connection indeed. Different foods have different effects on our mind. For example, many foods make the mind really sleepy. Like a turkey dinner increases melatonin levels in the brain. You just want to have a food coma, take a nap. Other foods, they make the mind really active for some time, overactive even. You might notice after a spicy dinner, it's difficult to go to bed sometimes, or a food with a lot of onion and garlic. There are aphrodisiacs like strawberries and chocolate. I agree, crossfires. And there's a lot of food that has a little effect on the mind. And interestingly enough, that's the best kind of food in the spiritual sense, because we don't want to push and pull on our mind and provoke it either into a fatigued state or into an overactive state. And I leave it to you to figure out what kinds of food give you a clear mind. But for me, simple foods like fruit and nuts, and just ensuring that you get all your vitamins, water, these are foods that are great for the mind because they don't change it. They leave it as it is. They add to a kind of clarity by not taking away any aspect or redirecting energy in non-homogeneous ways. Thank you, Banjo Farts, for your heart me. Ariom Tatsat. That's a good one I forgot to mention, Lando. Legumes are sattvic, and nice quality bread as well. I love mung beans and rice. Very simple, nice nice foods, simple whole foods. Yeah, I think it's no surprise that organic foods, really good, really healthy, and simple foods. Foods that don't have that many components. Because the danger with foods that have a lot of different moving pieces is that our body is very sensitive to ratios of different chemicals. In whole foods, the ratios of the different nutrients, they're already made for consumption through our coexistence with it. Food is such a big part of our culture, though. Just talking about food makes one hungry. And we can get very defensive in our eating habits. So I hope if any part of this inspires you to make choices in your diet for your happiness, peace of mind, that's great. But don't feel like I'm marching on some platform to change anyone's diet. Thank you, Gio, for your tiny and a heart me too. Yippee! And Anna, thank you for your rose and tiny. Yahoo! And goodbye, Teacher Lorraine. Thank you for being here. And thank you for sharing these hanging lights. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Marcia, you share that you grow a big garden every year. Tomatoes, squash, cucumbers, peppers, beets, all organic. So good. That sounds delicious. Now I'm hungry. Hello, dear focus. You want to sit down and have a chat about life. Those are the best kinds of chats. Well, I'm here for you in the capacity that I am. And E. Borza, you were wondering if I had thoughts on Jiddu Krishnamurti. He was a great anti-guru. All these gurus wearing these robes, fancy headdresses, tilaks on their forehead. Jiddu Krishnamurti, he would wear a suit and tie, but it was casual. He'd sit on a stool. People would ask him about Kundalini, and he'd say, forget it. He was big on spirituality being a practical commitment to living a highly active life. And that's something called Raja Yoga, which means the royal yoga. Yoga means the path to union. Raja literally means king, but in this context we're talking about a royal kind of union. Why royal? Well, in ancient times, until the feudal system made a mess out of it, kings and queens and royalty, they were servants of their people. They were not honored with the title of being a king. They were here to honor their people by distributing resources in a very effective manner, leading a highly moral and ethical life so that their populace took them as a role model on how to be an archetypal person. But in the last few thousand years, of course, the kinds of kings and queens we've seen are nothing like that model of a role model to society. Sometimes we see that, but in this age it's hard to come by. Anyway, Raja Yoga speaks to this ideal that you become a servant to your people. Who are your people? Everyone that comes into your life. It's a very practical kind of yoga. And not a very abstract kind, not a very mystical or esoteric kind. Just a kind of selfless service, where we do our best as whatever role we have been placed as in our society. And there's a great kind of spiritual peace that comes from this, honestly. One that doesn't require contorting your body into strange shapes. One that doesn't require esoteric scriptures to unfold some sacred knowledge. It's truly a royal kind of yoga, where you march through life as a distributor of wealth, here to serve everyone. And I think that's beautiful. Jiddu Krishnamurti was a great representative of that. And thank you, Spaghetti on a Plate, for your garland headpiece. Jai Sitaram. And Alcoholic Jesus, thank you for another pair of finger hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. Yeah, it's true, Tattvamasi. There are many discourses where he said this. He did talk very critically of ritualistic forms of spirituality. But he was a big spiritualist, just a deeply practical one. And in his own words, he said, the real yoga is Raja Yoga. And he would get very upset if anyone asked him about anything other than this. But that was his sense of humor too. I think it's hard to see by most people that there was a playfulness to his criticism. He was genuinely trying to help guide people to spiritual liberation in his own way. There's another Krishnamurti. I believe instead of J.D. Krishnamurti, it was U.G. Krishnamurti. Different initials. And he was like whatever essence of anti-guru that J.D. Krishnamurti represented, but turned up to max. U.G. Krishnamurti, oh my god. He would hate people interviewing him. He was like, why are you asking me so many questions? Just leave me, I want to watch TV. But people would go to him because they felt a deep peace emanate from him. Even though he was he was so rude to everyone. They wanted to learn from him anyway. Thank you, Hybrid Jen, for another heart, me too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Thank you for your heart, me and bestium. Hare Krishna. Is it Roger Yoga? Asks Crossfires. Roger Cole Yoga? I don't know who that is. Raja. R-A-J-A. The Sanskrit word for king. But whoever Roger is, maybe he has his own yoga. There's Roger Yoga and then there's Raja Yoga. Thank you, July Moon Child, for your community fest. Ram Ram. And Renvox, thank you for your ginger man. Thank you for asking, Debbie. My beautiful cats, I'm not sure where they are. I think they're inside. They had a lot of fresh air today in the sun. I'm sure they were melting. It got very hot. So they went inside, had a good meal. Probably eeping right now. Me, 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 me. Me, 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 me. Thanks to you too, Tracy. Be well, my friend. I think it's about time to crack open the Vachanamrut, a text that I am afraid of, but one that has been given to me by one of you. And I have promised to read through each passage. Today we are reading from a passage that we skipped over last time that I didn't even notice I did. I guess this was, this one was so short that it fit on one page. I just glanced over it. I'm not really afraid of it, Tattvamasi, but there can be a lot of intimidating words that I take the liberty to translate or interpret to all of you. This one is very short. Being one page, it will only take a minute. Today we read from Gadhada 176. An angry person, a jealous person, a deceitful person, and an egotistical person. This sounds like the setup to a bar joke. That an angry person, a jealous person, a deceitful person, and an egotistical person walk into a bar. And then they all start fighting. The end. Okay. On Sudhi Ekadashi of the first Jeshta, Samvat 1876, or the 23rd of May, 1820, Swamishri Sahajanandaji Maharaj was seated in his residence in Dada Ghachar's Darbar in Gadhada. He was dressed entirely in white clothes. At that time, some senior sadhus were seated before him. Addressing them, Shriji Maharaj said, "There are 4 types of people I do not get along with." I think we can guess what those types of people are, even if they happen to be devotees. An angry person, a jealous person, a deceitful person, and an egotistical person. Of these, both anger and jealousy are dependent on egotism. Furthermore, I can never believe a lustful person to be a satsangi, someone who's interested in being in the company of spiritually minded people. In fact, even if such a person happens to be in the satsang, spiritual community, they are as good as someone who lacks faith to me. Continuing, Shriji Maharaj said, "A true satsangi is a person who has absolutely no flaws in the observance of the 5 spiritual vows, and who remains totally undisturbed until the end of their life, regardless of whatever stern commands I may impose. Even if I compel them to forsake their preferences and enforce my own, in fact, I effortlessly and naturally develop affection for such a devotee. On the other hand, I cannot help but be averse. I cannot develop affection for a devotee without such qualities, even if I try. This is because of my nature, as it is such that I can only develop affection for a person who possesses in their heart such perfect bhakti, loving devotion." That's a simple one today, so thank you for listening. It's very difficult indeed to get along with these 4 types of people. But easy is it to those whom are much more selfless patient, and forgiving. Nice little interim. Ekadashi means 11 in Sanskrit, shares Tattvamasi. It's the 11th day of the lunar calendar. Is that right? Of the lunar month. The lunar cycle, you could say. Hello, Madhurikast. Thank you for sharing your loving devotion. And it's 11:11 where you are, Marcy. Well, let's all wish for something good to happen to Marcy then, since that's how it works, right? If it's 11:11 for her, all right. I wished for something nice for you, Marcy. I have heard that too, Tattvamasi. Ekadashi is mostly a fasting day. I don't know the reason either. Ekadashi fast. And for many people, that's their primary spiritual practice. They do the Ekadashi fast once a month. Hello, Fruity Cloud. Pamela, you ask, whoever reaches true perfection in this life? We can strive, but do we ever reach it? If we have ever reached true perfection, it would not truly be perfection, because perfection means that there's always something more to work on. You ever met a perfectionist? That's how they live their life. Is that no matter how much they do, there's always something more to do. Perfection is what we're striving for, but not because that's where we're supposed to be. We are supposed to be striving for it. That's all. As long as we are continuing to deepen our practice of humility, patience, unconditional love, compassion, empathy, sincerity, truthfulness, kindness, these sorts of things. That's all we have to do. It's not that we're made perfect when some threshold is reached for all those things. In fact, part of humility means that we could always be more humble, doesn't it? Part of sincerity means that I could always be more sincere. Part of truthfulness means I could always be more truthful. Part of kindness means I could always be more kind. Being humble inspires more humility. Being sincere inspires more sincerity. Being kind inspires more kindness, truthfulness, more truthfulness. All of these good traits inspire more of them. Therefore, they endlessly bestow even more opportunities. And this is the eternal bliss of life, that we can feel constantly inspired to grow, because sky's the limit. Madhurikas, you share that you've been called to do fasting every week for 3 days a week, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Wow. That's beautiful and very inspiring. Thank you, Spaghetti on a Plate, for your confetti earlier. Jarrett, thank you for gifting a subscription. To Michael Amoroso, Ubos Oras, to Banjo Farts, to KCDI, Catherine, and somehow another one to Michael Amoroso. I assume that's just a bug. I'm always so grateful with your generosity, and I look forward to experiencing whatever opportunity they provide me for service. Thank you, Jarrett. Jeez. Now we've got a Jarrett and a Garrett. Jai Sitaram. Shalomi, homie. Hello, Jacob Ross. Welcome. Thank you for your hat mustache. Always appreciate your generosity too, my friend. I hope you are feeling very peaceful. And if not, I'm sending them your way. They will arrive in 4 to 5 business seconds. There's a second end, like a weekend, a second end. There, 5. There we go. Thank you. I would love to be on any podcast, as I have been on. I'm very grateful for all the people that have invited me on theirs. I just love having conversations about life, the universe, and everything. Spaghetti on a plate. You are disappointed that the flower garland you sent didn't appear on my head. I'm sorry that it didn't appear. I'll tell you what. In absence of a flower garland, I can treat you to some flowers here. And if I just lean like this, it'll be on my head. There you go. Thank you, Mahina, for your paper crane. Namah Shakti Shivaya. Meh, it's Pidge. Thank you for your heart, Mito. Radhe, Radhe. Thank you, Jarrett, for your heart, me. Your 83 best teams! And a pair of team bracelets, too. I agree, Fruity Cloud. Banjo Farts is a great name. I feel like for some reason the sound of a fart pairs well with a banjo. Not because I think banjos sound bad, but I could imagine someone playing a banjo and then farting as a means of percussion. There's a fart sound like with a beat. Ding 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 ding. I feel like it would work out. I don't know. Just matches well in my head. Anyway. Thank you for your paper crane, MJ. Hare Krishna. Strawberry Star Bunny. Thank you for your team bracelet. Best team and a rosa also. I love you too, monkey riding a scooter. JV, you are wondering, how does one liberate our spirit from what feels like heavy chains holding down? I suppose by recognizing that nothing has ever held you down. We've only gone with the role. We've played our part in being held down. But that's because we've allowed it. Not because our control had been taken away, but because we gave it away. Like, for example, my mother. She would cook dinner for the family every night because she felt like she had to. And then one day she realized, I don't have to. And of course everyone else was disappointed because we love when she cooks. But she made a wonderful observation that she was free to do what she wanted to do. The only reason that she had been bound by this limitation is because she accepted that role. But she didn't need to accept it, and she can let it go at any time, just as she did. As the Stavakra says in his Gita, his song, you are the solitary witness of the whole universe. Your only bondage is not seeing this. That you feel trapped because you haven't woken up to the fact that you're already free. But I'll tell you one more thing. That if you work for the liberation of all other spirits, you become liberated in the process also. Now, Fifi, you'd like to hear some thoughts on our perceived separation and the importance of shadow work. What a great discussion. A wonderful starting point. Let's start with shadow work. I don't know if it was Jung that coined the term the shadow self, but it came from psychotherapy and psychoanalysis. Understanding the unconscious means that there's a part of ourself that's not in the light. By light we mean what illumines our conscious mind. There's a huge part of our mind that goes unillumined. We call that the shadow. These are the dark aspects of ourselves that we like to identify in others, but hate to admit in ourselves. Like we're quick to call someone else so many nasty terms, but rarely recognize that we share those qualities too. And this goes very well into the concept of separation also, because we divide people by having an individual sense of self that is exclusive to others. We say, I'm like this and not like you. You have qualities that I don't have and that I'm grateful that I don't have. And I have qualities that I have that it would befit you to have also. So we make ourselves into something that's different from everyone else. But we end up suffering ourselves as a consequence, because we start to make our world very lonely. Although it is true that we all have unique ways of expressing these qualities in us. We all have the same qualities, just expressed in different ways. And we can express some qualities in healthy ways, and others in more unhealthy ways. Shadow work means that we bring to light all of the faults we see in others, and understand that we are responsible for these things also. There are many things that we have to work on ourselves. And the world becomes a little closer. Because instead of seeing yourself as a bag of qualities and others as bags of their own qualities, there really is only one experience happening throughout all of us, and we're all learning to adapt to this innate set of qualities that we all share. One of the most spiritually rewarding things that one can do on the spiritual path, I have found, is leave fault-finding to oneself. We ask ourselves, what do I have to work on? Because what other people have to work on, that's their business. I can't work on it for them. But I can work on myself and become a role model to others. Likewise, the virtues within ourselves, that's for the business of other people to see. But the virtues within others, that's our business to see. When we see ourselves as the place in which problems originate, then that gives us the power and the toolkit in order to start making a difference. And when we see others as having something to teach us, even if it's just something small, no matter how much you hate someone else, they've got to be doing something right. We can look up to that at least. You know, you hate how your boss treats you and your employees. Fine. But he's always at the office on time. I'm never on time. I could work on that. Then that means we're always surrounded by a teacher. They're not here to teach us everything, but we're not here to teach them everything either. One will advance very quickly on the spiritual path with this perspective. And thank you, Mini Yup, for your 20 roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Jeannie, thank you for your heart meat. Love to eat. You're wondering if I have any messages from the other side? Well, on the other side of your phone, let's see. Here in Canada, the sun is still up. But for you, the sun may not be up. But just because the sun is here and not there, doesn't mean that the sun has gone away forever. Simple in theory, but we forget it in other ways. That just because happiness is shining for another and not for us, doesn't mean that happiness has gone forever. Thank you, JV, for your baker's dozen worth of Community Fest. Bhagavate Namaha. And Better Best, thank you for your rose. Hello, Claude. JV, you had asked, how does one intentionally stop suffering? I believe that other words, rather than stop, would be more proactive. Stopping suffering is quite the task. We can heal from suffering. We can understand suffering. We can be empathetic of suffering. And there are many ways in which we can prevent suffering. But stopping suffering? Whenever there is suffering, there's a beautiful hummingbird drinking from a flower, and now to the hummingbird feeder. Whenever there is suffering within ourselves, we can ask ourselves, how am I learning from this experience? We can ask ourselves, what challenges that is currently ongoing for me are bringing out traits that I'm working on? And whenever there are sufferings taking place in others, we can ask ourselves, how can I be of help? How can I relate and understand and bring in a force of love? The astute of you might notice that in either case, the solution didn't involve trying to take something away, trying to end, stop, or minimize. It was only a maximization of something else, a substitution of a positive instead of a negative, of love instead of pain, of inspiration instead of defeat. We can either go through life trying to minimize the negative or maximize the positive. And I'll tell you this, that those who try to minimize the negative, they never get to the end of all that negativity, because there's always something more to minimize. And one more thing, those who try to maximize the positive, they will never get to the end of the positivity, because there's always something to maximize. So, you can either live your life in endless negativity or endless positivity. What makes the difference is whether you are trying to minimize something or maximize something else. Now, Nunya, thank you for your heartbeat. Jai Sitaram. And Hanukkah, hello and thank you for your pair of finger hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Strawberry Star Bunny, thank you for your little crown. Om Namah Shivaya. Tattvamasi. You share, no one has given you a good way to get started with Bhakti, and you listened to last week's podcast. How do we make Bhakti practical? Well, I'll give you one example from my life. This Tulasi plant. It's a source of Bhakti to me. Bhakti being the Sanskrit word for loving devotion. What we do is we sense divinity within something like this plant. And we take care of it. And it becomes part of our routine. And we give without expecting anything in return. We just love and watch it grow. Watch it grow as a consequence of our love. And by doing so, we grow in our faith and our love also. We become privy. I love that word, privy. We become witness to the growth that is possible through loving devotion, through Bhakti. Redhead Rage, you're wondering how to spell it? Well, the authentic Sanskrit transliteration would be Tulasi, Tulasi. But in Hindi, we've made a habit out of taking out any syllable that just has a short sound in it. So because of that, it's often referred to just as Tulsi rather than Tulasi. So most people refer to it as Tulsi. Here in Canada and in other English-speaking places, it's referred to as holy basil because it's related to the basil family. But it's not really a basil. You wouldn't chop it up and put it in a sandwich. It's something to revere. So they got the holy part right. But a compromise is just Tulsi, Tulsi. But if you want to be precise, Tulasi. Thank you, Jeannie, for your finger, heart, and community fast. Om Tulasi Deviyai Namaha. Pesto, you share that you broke up with your boyfriend a few days ago and you're still feeling bad. And that's understandable. It definitely makes sense to feel bad. Now, just because you've set your boundary with this person, that it got too intimate, or the vulnerability was something that now you need space from, whatever it may be, that doesn't invalidate the genuine love that you shared, even if it has now come to be expressed in different ways. I believe that friendship is always possible. I also believe that space can be a very healthy way of ensuring a more trusting and compassionate and understanding relationship. You've done something that I'm sure has taken a lot of thought and feeling, and I trust your judgment. And of course, even if you were the one to initiate this, there's still unexpressed love that you have for that person, or the person that you loved. And grief is the way in which all that bubbles up to the surface and finds its way to be released. So, being sad during this time is definitely allowed. Ah. Madhurikast, you accidentally asked a question to Crossfires. How do you connect with Mahavatar Babaji? Oh, I know the answer to this. Mahavatar Babaji has been described by great saints as the Yogi Christ. "2,000 years ago, around the time of the Christ, there was this figure in the Himalayas, known by many names. And unlike the Christ, which left his body to not return, this being, on the other hand, has vowed to his sister, his spiritual sister, Mamaji, to always be on earth. So for the past 2,000 years, there has been this so-called Yogi Christ living in the Himalayas, named various different titles. Mahavatar Babaji, Great Descension Babaji, also known as Shiva Kurukshetra Babaji. He was the founder of a Kriya Yoga lineage. It's the lightning path to liberation, where a yogi or yogini manually cycles through births and deaths from inside this mortal frame. That instead of having to go through 1,000,000 cycles around the sun, lifetime after lifetime, to naturally become enlightened, we accelerate that process with something called the Kriya breath, where we simulate the motion of all the internal planets, energize the spine, bring energy to the crown chakra. It's a very mystical branch of yoga, suffice to say. It was given to Lahiri Mahasaya, who gave it to Swamishri Yukteswar Giri, who gave it to Paramahansa Yogananda. And there are other members of this tradition who are still alive today, like Yogi Raj Satgurunath Siddhanath. And I believe Paramahansa Vishwananda also looks up to Babaji. But how do you connect with this Yogi Christ, Babaji? It's very simple. There's a mantra, and there's a way in which you have to sit. I'll tell you the mantra, and then I'll tell you the way in which you have to sit. Okay, you gotta write this down. The mantra is Om Babaji. Got that? Om Babaji, Om Babaji, Om Babaji. That's all. The way to sit, more complicated. You sit like a child of 5 years old. That's all. So you sit like a child of 5 years old. Om Babaji, Om Babaji. That's how it is said to connect with this Mahavatar, this great descension, who is permanently residing in the Himalayas. And you can, if you're interested in that lineage, there might be a self-realization fellowship near you. When Paramahansa Yogananda came to America, he founded the Self-Realization Fellowship, self-realization being a synonym for enlightenment, for salvation, for liberation. In fact, I even have one in my city here in Canada, which is weird. But there are self-realization fellowships all around the world that can teach you Kriya Yoga. And it's very beautiful. in any self-realization fellowship, I visited mine, there's a picture of Paramahansa Yogananda, his guru, Sri Yukteswar, his guru Lahiri Mahasaya, but also Babaji and Christ, which is very fascinating. It's a dual Christian and Hindu tradition, since they worship both the Christ and Babaji. So it's a great cross-cultural interfaith practice if you're someone who comes from a Christian background, but is also interested in Eastern religion as well. And did I see Vince of York sneak in? Yes, you did. Har Har Mahadev. Welcome. I was excited to be on a podcast with you. It'll have to be next time, I guess, because the second part, I guess Rahul Ji didn't want to add any participants. But I'm always happy to have you here, my friend. And I know that you do great work in many spiritual communities. I hear good things from you and about you. User 176, thank you for asking. Do I believe in Jesus Christ? Or as he was known by his Aramaic name, Yeshua. And as the Greeks anointed him with the title Christos. I was wondering what was on my computer. It looked like a moth. And it turns out it was a moth. I believe that God works in mysterious ways, and if God speaks to you through the Christ, then I could never invalidate your genuine feeling of divinity through them. I also experience divinity through the Christ, but not limited to the Christ. I believe that Jesus already had a second coming, and a third coming, and a fourth, and a fifth, and a sixth, and a seventh, and an eighth, and a ninth, all over the world. We just don't communicate with each other enough. We don't realize that he's come so many times, sometimes at the same time in two different bodies in this culture and another, and many other times in history. In fact, the more I open my heart, the more I realize that God never leaves us alone. He's always here in some form or another. But I'll tell you what, he's so humble that he often never tells the people around him who he actually is. That all of us have met. All of us could be staring God in the face and God would never tell you. And you'd never recognize. Thank you, the hearts, for your ice cream. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Good night, Hanukkah. I hope you have a beautiful sleep. And I'm glad that you are resting. Faithful being, you ask, if I had the chance to become immortal, would I take it? You don't know? Nobody's told you? You are already immortal. But not in this body. Not in any body. A body cannot be immortal. Anything physical has a beginning and an end. That's why we always have to buy new clothes. That's why we keep having to buy new phones. Is because nobody can ever figure out a way to make something physical last forever. The good news is that you're not physical. Consciousness is not defined by the material. It is a kind of spaciousness which contains the material. And you can't remove empty space. Okay, you take away stuff. You're left with space. Now you take away space. What are you left with? What does that mean to take? You can't take away space. You can add it though. The universe is good at that. The universe is expanding. Opposite sides of the universe are traveling away from each other faster than the speed of light. Not because things are physically moving faster than the speed of light, but because more space is being added between them. We can always add more space, but we can never take it away. It's the same with consciousness. You can always add consciousness, but you can never take it away. If you could take it away, then that means it would be something with a definite location or shape or size or time or form. But that's what makes something physical. What makes you the subject of life, what makes you the witness of it, is being immaterial. Because something physical cannot have a conscious experience in and of itself. If you were an object like any other object in the universe, there would be no experiencing going on. You have to be categorically different from the universe in all of its stuff in order to experience all of that stuff as distinct from you. So what makes you a subject rather than an object is that you have no beginning and no end. But everything inside our experience does have a beginning and an end. And this train of thought is called a pramana, a means, a measurement that's used to direct you to this fact. Because it's more than just a philosophical theory. This is something that can be experienced to be a living part of reality, your own eternity. Thank you, Strawberry Star Bunny, for your fire. Hare Krishna. But you're wondering if I can define time. The problem with time is that we're looking for an answer that does not beg the question. By begging the question, I'm referring to circular logic. Who here can define time without already assuming some concept of time as a prerequisite? But this actually goes to show that we all intuitively know what time feels like. It's change. If no change is occurring, then how could you tell the difference from one moment to the next? Likewise, when no change is occurring or very little is changing, then time feels like it's lasting forever. But when many things are changing very quickly, here I've already used the word quickly, circular logic always creeps in with the concept of time. Whenever many things are changing simultaneously. There we go, simultaneously, another time-dependent concept. I trust you know what I mean. Then time feels like it's going by quickly. But of course, all we ever have is now. What we really mean by past is memory. And what we mean by future is imagination. In order to talk about the future, one has to imagine it. In order to talk about the past, one has to remember it. These are faculties that also exist now. But you provide a possible definition as the measurement of the movement of particles. I like that. The movement of particles is always relative to some other movement of particles. For example, I think now the definition of a second is a certain number of oscillations of a very specific frequency of light that's emitted from a certain electron orbital of a very specific atom. Which just suffices to say that our current definition of time is relative to how quickly another particle moves. So we're just measuring change to some other change, the movement of one particle to another. And thank you, JV, for your rose, your popcorn, your ice cream, your cloud bread, an ice cream cone, and a pumpkin spice latte. Lots of sweets. Well, besides popcorn. But you can have sweet popcorn too. Thank you. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Natasha, for your rose also. Lil Mogwai, you ask, is that Minecraft soundtrack in the background? It sounds like it could be. It would make a good song. Fortunately, I believe the music I use is copyright free, so it's not any song of what is it, C418? I forget, C14. I can't remember the artist's name of the Minecraft soundtrack. C4, something like that. I'm sure one of you know. Now, Zay, you are wondering, how can you start Kriya Yoga? It's a good question. Well, considering that I am not a Kriya Yogi, I definitely cannot initiate you. But if you can find an initiated Kriya Yogi, I'm sure they will have the answers to you. Hello, Dimad. Good night, Linda. Thank you for being receptive to whatever I have to share. Faithful being, you're wondering, what kind of yoga do I practice? A couple. I very much like karma yoga. That's the yoga of conscious activity. That everything you do for the sake of service, for seva. Also Bhakti yoga. It's the yoga of devotion and love. That you cultivate love and a kind of reverence for things. As well as Buddhi yoga. That's the yoga of the intellect, which means that I consciously engage my viveka, my discrimination, and my discernment to engage in positive thoughts rather than negative thoughts. These three yogas are perhaps the biggest ones. There are more. Karma yoga, the yoga of action. Bhakti yoga, the yoga of devotion. And Buddhi yoga, the yoga of the intellect. And little Mogwai, you're wondering if I've ever considered going on a yoga retreat / meditation. I would love that opportunity. Crossfires, you share that every time you tap on the page, it turns the channel. So sorry about that. Not meaningfully trying to leave. That's okay. And besides, you're welcome to stay as long as you want. I certainly have no expectations for whoever comes, whoever stays, whoever goes. I'm simply happy to host this space for whoever does want to be here. I'm happy you like the music, Baby Bunny Shy. And thank you for sharing your blessings, Madre Cast. I hope to cast them back on all of you. Hello, Judah girl. So we are at the 3-hour mark. I believe it's about time to wrap things up for tonight. But I wrap things up very slowly, so you don't have to worry. I'll still be here for a while. I'd like to ask you all my question of the day, and I want to hear from each one of you, especially those I haven't heard from yet. And then I'm going to do a short reading, and then a short mantra chanting meditation at the end. But my question of the day that I'd love to hear from all of you is, what does it mean to love an enemy, quote unquote? I'll leave it up to you to decide what it means to have an enemy. But for lack of a better term, all I mean by this is someone who has been known to cause harm to you or someone or something that you love. That they haven't made it obvious that they're on your side, rooting for you. I actually love that answer, Baby Bunny Shy. You don't think you have enemies. I believe you. And we often talk about loving everyone. Now, of course, for a significant other, for a friend, that love is very obviously given through affirmations and maybe little gifts and just being there for them when they're emotionally at turmoil, allowing them to be vulnerable in your presence, telling them I love you. But what does it look like for someone who's not so close to you? It might not be even someone who likes you. Megatrani, you share that you think it means to understand why they are the way they are. I love that. I agree. Taylor, you share it means patience, you think? I think so too. Deborah, you share they taught us a lesson. Yeah, they are the mirror. I like that, Bailey. That's very wise. Of course, you're always wise. Crossfires, you share usually just grace. Grace is a nice word. the Baibog, you share, see someone else's fault through the lens of understanding and forgiveness. And yes, of every one of us, they are the mirror of. Faithful being, you share, to love an enemy is to see past their veil of pain. Well said. Wow. I like that, Cosmic Woman. Forgive them, Father, for they do not know what they do. They have no self-realization. What mystical words you share. Crossfires you share. But love is what turns an enemy into a friend. So true. Artie, you share by letting go of what they done. Faithful being, you share, you can hate someone or you can understand, but you can't do both. That's powerful. Understanding dissolves hatred. Unicorn, you share that loving your enemy is the hardest, yet most fulfilling thing you can do. First, forgive them. Thank you for sharing that. Donsuela, you share that it means to find a commonality between oneself and what one might perceive to be an opposing thought. That's beautiful and deeply practical. I always love your ability to express such concise ideas, but I guess that's what makes you a great artist. Now, you share, making peace with the fact that everyone has their own path, opinions, and choices. That's a big thing. Bubbles, you share, asking them forgiveness internally for the negative perception you placed upon them. Wow. That really flips the script, doesn't it? Instead of waiting for them to ask forgiveness, we ask them for forgiveness. That's deep. Redhead Rage, you share that you think love is not all about the emotion, but about actions towards others. Act with love, compassion. Actions are our vehicles of love, aren't they? And Gina, you share, because even if someone did something bad to us, God teach us not to hate, instead, love them more. Who can argue with that? Emesolja. Emesolisja. I thank you for your patience as I pronounce your name. Besides unconditional, it's become the opposite of their traditional approach towards you. I like that. We counter their offense by the defense of love, unconditional love. And Donsuela, you question the premise that you don't think we inherently have enemies, only lessons. I like that. They're my lesson. Bubbles, you share part 2, and forgiving yourself for doing it in the first place. Beautifully put. Forgive them and yourself. Tattvam Asi. You share that you can still love the being, the enemy, but still deny what they are reaching for. I like that. We can love them, but not for the ways they overstep our boundaries. And Judah Girl, you share that it means you're staying spiritually happy, not wasting negative energy. And Thank you, Ron, for your heart me on pair of finger hearts. Radhe Radhe. And Hairspray Betty, thank you for your finger heart. There's a little one for you too. If I move it close to the camera, it becomes a really big one. Ellie, you share love an enemy because they taught you how not to be, and reaffirms what you do value in another. Wow. That's profound. Bailey, you share, because of the duality of their perspective, we can learn more about ourselves. And Baby Bunny Shy, you share, you also think it's just life lessons, and we can keep with what we learn from this people. Yeah. Hello, Zena Smiles. Well, you are always welcome here. I'm a little behind in the comments since I'm reading them one by one for the question of the day. Taylor, you share that you love being nice to people that are mean to you. It shocks the defense, you think maybe. It definitely does. People are expecting to be hated back in return. It's almost self-destructive because we know that we're going to get met with arrows shooting back our way. But when we prevent themselves from being hurt, that definitely changes their perspective, or it can provoke that to happen. Strawberry Star Bunny, you share, to love an enemy means you see them as part of God, of the divine too. And Jackie, you share that you can't understand why you're the target of an enemy and you can't forgive. And in absence of understanding, we certainly can't expect ourselves to. Only through understanding can we learn to do these things, and that takes time. Jillian, you share, to understand that at the root of any of their aggression or hatred is pain. It definitely comes from a place of pain rather than peace. No aggression or hatred comes from a peaceful person. That's for sure. Trudy Cloud, you share that you're not sure you've ever hated someone before, so you're failing to come up with a response. That's all right. That's a good thing. But maybe someone has hated you or expressed their hatred towards you. Maybe someone considered you as their enemy, but not necessarily the other way around. Marcia, you share, shine light on your enemy. Be kind and gracious. Forgive and love action. Namaste, Ron. Abel, you share, to engage in your own struggle is to come to terms with that trait within yourself you see in peers. Beautiful, actionable, humble. Zena, you had shared, it is seeing yourself in others and seeing them in you. This leads to the compassion, understanding that the greatest challenge has been to love those that hurt you the most. These are so wonderful. Thank you, Gina, for your community fest. I was about to say a community face. But Gina, you have a face that lights up the whole community. And everyone should check out Gina's dance that she posted last night. Lev David, you share from, I assume this is short for Psalms. I'm not good with my Bible acronyms or abbreviations. 44:6. For I will not trust in my bow, neither shall my sword save me. That's beautiful. and spaghetti on a plate, you share having empathy for them and their mistakes. Wonderfully said. And Zena, you add so beautifully that we are the enemy in someone else's eyes. Interesting thing about perspective and dualism, isn't it? I'm always happy to read your comments, baby bunny shy. All right. Thank you for listening as I read out everyone's comments. Thank you for answering and allowing me the opportunity to raise your voice and allow it to be heard. I think you all have such wonderful and bountiful expressions to this question of the day. And there are so many deeply practical answers. I think we all learned something from this gathering. Thank you. No, I have not watched the OA Crossfires. So, the second to last thing, the penultimate. You know, when I was younger, I thought penultimate meant an even more kind of ultimate thing. It sounds like it could be the penultimate. I then discovered that it means what's secondary to the ultimate thing. I got very sad after learning that. But in any case, the penultimate thing we are going to do tonight is read from our book. We are most of the way through this book by now, but chipping away at it a few pages at a time. This book is about everyday spirituality with this funny looking guy. I shouldn't say that. I mean that in an endearing way. Pramukh Swami Maharaj. I hadn't heard of him until recently. I think it's because the last time we read, he was talking about his funny looking glasses. And he said, it's not funny looking. It's just simple. He's a simple man. I think we all can learn from him. We're reading from the 5th chapter now, about how he was at ease, as the title suggests, in love at ease. One of Swamishri's most telling characteristics was his ability to give. Like a mother, his empathy and generosity were immeasurable. This was because giving never felt like he was losing, only as if he was gaining. To be at ease, one gives selflessly without calculating returns, questioning intent, or claiming credit. Mahant Swami Maharaj, who is the current successor to the organization that he was president and guru of, since Pramukh Swami has since passed away. He was known as Vinubhai before initiation, recalls the time when he traveled with Swamishri during his summer break from college. Yogiji Maharaj, which was Pramukh Swamiji's guru. So we've got 3 people mentioned in this succession in this story. Yogiji Maharaj is the guru of Swamishri. Swamishri is the guru of Vinubhai Mahant Swami. Yogiji Maharaj had gone to Bhavnagar and left him in Swamishri's care. The small inner city mandir in Ahmedabad was built in a cramped home inside of the tight alleys of the city. The chief administrator was overly protective of the mandir's resources and only gave enough daily rations to Pramukh Swami and his attendant to cook for one person, even though he knew there were 3 people. As the president, Swamishri could have used his authority and asked for more. He did not do so to avoid upsetting the elderly volunteer. Swamishri realized that Vinubhai preferred rotli to rice. He made warm rotlis, spread ghee, clarified butter on each one, and generously served them to Vinubhai. He knew that the college student had a voracious appetite and was too shy to ask for more, just like his own younger self. He kept serving rotlis, and Vinubhai kept eating them. After about a week, Vinubhai realized that Swamishri had been giving him his share of rotlis with a smile and without a subtle hint. Vinubhai was embarrassed and asked, "Swamishri, why have you been giving me your share?" Swamishri replied, "It is all from God's thal. It is not mine or yours. It is His. It is ours." Swamishri gave his time, energy, resources, and even his independence and personal desires to provide comfort for others. He gave because it brought him joy, and because he knew that God would always provide for him. To be at ease is to give whatever you can, knowing that God is the provider. These are the qualities that I saw in his daily routine, eating habits, and conversations. There are many more traits that shone within this exemplary human. On the flip side, I could argue that none of these defined him. Swamishri believed he was and lived as the inner self, the Atman. Sri Krishna Bhagwan, which I happen to have a picture of next to me, or an artistic rendition of, reminded Arjuna, the archer in the Srimad Bhagavad Gita, that the Atman, the self, has no qualities of its own. We only perceive these qualities. In that case, these are just the human qualities that I perceived in my Guru. Swamishri only experienced himself as the Atman, as an exemplary das and bhakta, servant and devotee of the divine, and that is why he was so comfortable in his own skin. That section ends there, but let us begin quickly this next section of at ease in this chapter. Being himself. Swamishri was secure with who he was, and he did not try to be or project a version of himself that he was not. To be at ease, one has to be oneself and not try too hard. I have seen many gurus within a lineage emulate their predecessors to gain the trust and love of their followers and disciples. A friend of mine who is in the clergy in the church used to quip about how he surveyed a popular predecessor's habits before he met his new congregation. Emulating those habits made him a favorite with the new congregation after the first Eucharist. Swamishri was different. He never tried to copy Shastriji Maharaj or Yogiji Maharaj's gestures or intonations. Dev Charandas Swami was Swamishri's first personal attendant. He was standing a few feet away from Swamishri and watched as one bhakta after another devotees passed by for blessings. Swamishri smiled and folded his hands or gently placed his hand on the bhakta's shoulders. Dev Chananda Swami turned to Swamishri and recommended, "Why don't you follow Yogiji Maharaj's mannerisms?" He was popular among the bhaktas. He used to give dabhas, open-cupped tap on the upper back, and gently caress the heads and ears of the bhaktas while he spoke to them. It will help you get close to these bhaktas too. Swamishri folded his hands and remembered his guru. That was his way of doing things. I am a little more reserved. It is not my style. Copying my guru in that way would be superficial. I would look foolish, since it does not come naturally to me. I cannot be who I am not. He was great. I cannot be compared to him, nor will I pretend to be like him. Your daughter's name is Atmanani, shares Abel. What a beautiful name. Swamishri strongly believed that a spiritual aspirant should pay close attention to what the Guru says, their visionary command, their agna in Sanskrit, agna, and not merely what the Guru does, charitra. Yogiji Maharaj used to write in a diary every morning after his puja ritual. He wrote a variety of things, including injunctions, memories with his Guru, or short musings on spirituality. On festival days, he wrote about the festival, or a lesson associated with that festival. Harshad Bhai Dev put a diary next to Swamishri during his morning puja. Swamishri looked at the diary after puja and signed it. Harshad Bhai requested him to write a little more, a blessing. Swamishri wrote 2 pages worth and placed it on the side. The next day, the diary was there again. After the puja ritual, Swamishri picked it up and noticed that it was the same diary from the day before. He placed it on the side. Arshad Bhai Dev was about to approach Swamishri to request him to write something again when Ishwar Bhai Desai asserted from the back of the room, Yogiji Maharaj used to write something every day. Swamishri picked up the diary to write something, but then looked up at the bhaktas and said, "We are supposed to do what Yogiji Maharaj instructs us to do, not just copy what he does." Though Swamishri started writing in the diary every day to please Ishwar Bhai and the other bhaktas, he wanted to make it clear that he would not emulate his Guru under the false pretense of being someone he was not. To be at ease, one must be comfortable with their actions and not emulate others for popularity or support. That's a good lesson, and a good one to end this reading on. So, I thank you for listening. Tatvamasi, you ask, what do I think of the mental ups and downs? Not of mine, but of ours, and the conflicts there. I recognize that nobody's mind is always going to be in the same way. That what they're feeling right now might not be what they're going to feel in a few minutes, or a few days, or a few weeks. I try to be open to that as much as I can. That if someone is in a good mood with me today, that doesn't mean that I can't be open to them being in a lesser mood the next day. People are more than their minds. They are more than their thoughts and their emotions. If anyone comes in here feeling one way, I certainly will not judge them if they end up changing their feelings, because it's not me to judge what is only natural, the evolution of thoughts and feelings from one to the next. What I love about someone is not what they're feeling and what they're thinking, but the being that is doing the feeling, doing the thinking, or has become witness to that, the space that embodies those things, and that never changes. Therefore, my feelings towards that part of them can never change also. And thank you, Eric, for your rose. Very kind of you. And Tatvam Asi, thank you for your quintet of TikToks. Jai Sita Ram. And Soul Reaper. Wow. What a name you have. Names are very important, and they have a lot of meaning, don't they? Thank you for your heart me, and for your best team. Alright, without further ado, we've come to the end of this live stream today. I believe that one of the most practical ways of becoming peaceful is to fill the mind with a peaceful thought. And an effective way of doing that is chanting. So for, I think, 5 minutes. Yeah, 5 minutes if you're interested in joining me on this mantra. We can do it together, or you can just listen or leave at your own discretion. Allow me to set it up. Today we are doing a very simple and a very well-known Buddhist mantra. I like to switch it up sometimes and do mantras from different traditions. This is how I would render it in Sanskrit. This is a script called Devalipi that I've been working on for a few years now. But considering that I'm the only one that knows how to speak it, it is Om Mani Padme Hum, which can be translated to Om, the jewel at the center of the lotus. The lotus has been a metaphor for so long, representing several different aspects of spiritual life, from being born into mud, growing amidst murky waters, rising above it into the light and spreading in all directions, reflecting the color within you, and having all the dirt and water not having touched your essence, despite all that you have grown through. I leave it to you to discover what the jewel at the center of the lotus is. I'm going to minimize our background music so we can maximize my favorite rendition of this song in the background that we can do 108 times, which is an auspicious number of times to chant a mantra. The first time I heard this song, I gotta be honest with you, I started crying. Not to raise your expectations, it probably won't happen to you. But I know that I just melted into a pool of tears, and I started calling everybody I loved, my mom, my dad, my sister, my girlfriend at the time. I was just saying, I love you, life is so beautiful. So it means a lot to me. Without further ado, this is Om Mani Padme Hum, 108 times. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum,
Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum.
There. 108 Om Mani Padme Hums. Thank you for chanting or listening. Salutations to the jewel at the center of the lotus. A mantra that has been chanted for a very, very, very long time for many Buddhists worldwide. Always happy to learn from another tradition. So thank you. And I hope that you feel a little more peaceful, if anything. So we've come to the end of our Sangha today. I thank you all for being here with me. And thank you to those who sent a gift while we were chanting or beginning to. Emsolischa. Thank you for your 10 roses and a tiny. Yippee! You like that one a lot, Talon. Me too. And it's one of my mother's favorite mantras also. I learned it from her, actually. And Shelley, thank you for your rose. Radhe Radhe. And thank you, Mischief, for your rose as well. Hare Krishna. Now, judging from Tattvamasi's question or conversation, there's a question about what Om means. Om we could spend a long time talking about. I'll just say that it has 4 parts to it, and each part symbolizes something, and all together it symbolizes everything. In English, we transliterate it as OM, but in Sanskrit, it's made up of 4 sounds. The A and the U comprise its vowel components, and due to a process called sandhi, it becomes the sound O. But if you slow it down, it becomes Ao. The A represents beginnings, represents the causal state. It represents deep sleep. It represents creation. The U represents the dream state, continuity. It represents the subtle body. It represents maintenance, preservation, that sort of thing. And then it transitions into a nasal sound. First, the lips close, forming an That represents an end, a destruction or a dissolution. Also represents the physical state. It represents the waking state as well. Finally, and this one is definitely not transcribable into English because there's no character in English that can convey this concept. But while the mouth is closed, we lift the back of the tongue up to form an NG sound. Actually, we do have it in English at the end of present tense verbs like walking, singing, chanting, meditating, praying. What is that sound? That actually happens after the mouth closes. And you can subtly hear the shift between just the M sound and then the total nasalization as the airflow is directed through the nasal cavity. All together slowly. That final part, that nasalization, it represents that which pervades all of those other 3 things we described. Turiya, the 4th state, the conscious witness. It represents that which pervades all of it, the impersonal reality, the nothingness, the silence. This is the meaning of Om, but it goes so much more deeper. But I have to pause our live stream for tonight. Om is the pranav, the omkar, the primordial syllable, the cosmic sound. I'll leave it at that for tonight. And thank you, Oksana, if I pronounced that right, for your rose. Thank you for reminding me, Garrett. I did have sleepy tea last night, and I even, instead of using milk, I used juice to sweeten it, and that was lovely. And Anna, thank you for your ice cream cone. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Garrett, thank you for your 15 roses. Thank you always, my friend. I was laughing at what Tatvamasi said. It took me months to teach my son the 5th letter of Devanagari. And that was nga. Yeah. Nga, 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 nga. The 5 nasalizations. Nga, nya, na, na, ma. We only have 2 of those in English. But Spanish has 1 more, the nye. Nya, nya, nya. A little different. Anyway, you asked a good question to close this section off with, Catherine. What does chanting do? Well, we all have a faculty of our mind that repeats stuff. Usually, in our culture, it's engaged in some catchy chorus from our favorite song or our least favorite song. Or it's an argument we had with someone. But this faculty has a spiritual use, so it's said. This japa faculty, the faculty of repetition, of japa, If we can get in something like an affirmation, or even better, something profound, a koan, or a proverb, or a spiritual verse, or a mantra, if we can get that hooked into the repetition faculty of our mind, then it begins to pave the way for our mindset to be that way. Whatever we are repeating in our mind becomes like that. So, with this knowledge, we might as well become more peaceful, become more wise, become more humble, become more serving, become more loving, just by repeating something that embodies that. Chanting has been used for thousands, tens of thousands of. It is so human. In fact, it is what sets us apart on the early scale of evolution. If you imagine a slow evolution from primates into human beings, it'd be hard to tell when the first human appears. At what point can you call this a human and not just some other species? Well, are they surrounding a fire, chanting, rhythmically beating something to some rhythm, to some melody? Our ancestors have done this, and the indigenous peoples have continued this tradition for tens of thousands, probably hundreds of thousands of years, and many other ancient traditions continue this practice. It is so deeply human. It's almost a basic function of our humanity, I would say. So thank you, my dear viewers. Thank you, Garrett, for your friendship necklace. Radhe Radhe. And thank you, Spaghetti on a Plate, for your tiny diny. Yippee! And Gandalf, thank you for the let 'em cook. I love Gandalf. Hari Om Tat Sat. If any of you enjoyed this, I'll be back tomorrow. But the live stream and its recording will be uploaded to my Yamsox Lives YouTube channel, as well as alternatives in the link tree in my bio. I leave that to you in case you want to listen to that. May this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna, the form of the divine that I bow to within you, my friends. Radhe Krishna, Radhe Krishna, 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 Radhe Radhe, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Shyam Shyam, Radhe Radhe. Thank you for sharing your blessings, Chris. Good night, Talon. Good night, Ingrid. Much love, Dansuela. Thank you for being here, Tegs. Good night, Garrett. Goodbye, Mischief. Thank you for your rose. May you all have a beautiful rest of your present moment. Namaskaram.